Day 12, everyone. Let's give it up for day 12. Will it go any further? You guys are crazy. I just want to say this again. You're all crazy. The fact that 12 days later I'm still here. Let us see. So, what are we gonna do today? What is today's plan? I will have to pause a bit today though, cause I'm on my own today. Like my girlfriend has like some business stuff that she's gonna be occupied with like all day until the evening. Oh, thank you for the pet. So I'm gonna have to like pause to cook dinner. It doesn't take me too long, but I'll have to pause to cook my own dinner. Right. So, went ahead and downloaded more episodes, but guys, we're almost out of satisfactory episodes, okay? You realize we're almost out, right? Not many more to go. We actually complete the last phase that was available in Satisfactory. We weren't supposed to get this far. Ugh, goodness me. Hang on. Let me tweet this. There we go. Tweet it out. Okie dokie. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? What are we doing today? What are we doing? What's the plan? Guys, what are we doing? Is Final Fantasy updated yet? I know the patch came out today. Is it finished? I saw someone. I think someone in my guild is playing right now, maybe? Does that mean it's updated? Or are you guys like, I'm sick of Final Fantasy, no more Final Fantasy? No, there's at least visibly 2 people in my FC playing. I mean, we could try it. If you guys are still up for it. I have to download it though. Or we can try something else. Nelly, you got me on a 7 days to die kick. Aside from the stupid die. Oh, thank you. Ooh, breakfast pizza. I'll go ahead and download this anyway. Just to get it done. It's not a sound my AC is supposed to be making. What? We'll make that noise. Of how many Windows checks this game has to go through for me to log into it. Oh my god. It's just Windows. We need permission. You're my computer. You have my permission. Don't mind watching playthrough of Final Fantasy, but think you're a Final Fantasy fan. Yeah, it's kind of like the games that I'm like really enjoying right now are Final Fantasy, Dinkum, and now 7 Days to Die. Okay, it's downloading. It will take approximately 14 minutes to download this update for patch 6.2. Oh, have they changed anything of significance to me? Let's look at patch notes, shall we? Aside from adding content that I am nowhere near, have they changed anything for my class? Also, I'm curious, just to confirm, like, is the Island Sanctuary, confirm that you must. Lord. Requirements. Okay, yeah. Must complete first scenario and walker. Yeah, that is true. There's also Cult of the Lamb. I've got a... You ever have this thing where, like, you gain a temporary negative association with something? Like, even a video game. Like, have you ever, like, played a video game when you weren't feeling well? And then to play that video, you gain a temporary negative feel from it. Because I remember the nights that I was really rough, that I ended up, like, not doing much the next day. What was it? We played, like, 8 hours of Cult of the Lamb. And then I was exhausted. And then that night when I had the headache and everything, like, that's what went through my mind. Like, all night. Like, just visions of that game. And so it's like, I've got a temporary negative association with it. It'll pass. It always does. But I've had that with, like, games before where it's like, yeah, you play them when you don't feel well, or you didn't feel well afterwards. And it's like this temporary psychological association with it. But it was very fun. I want to get back into it. So yeah, we have to complete N Walker before we can do Island Sanctuary. Okay. Is there anything particular about my job? They changed anything for dancers? Doesn't look like it. Seems like every time there's a patch update, they never... it never gets... Dancer never gets touched, which, I mean, I'm okay with. God, why is my AC rattling? Ugh. Not sure what's rattling in it. What are you rattling? What is this? Someone tweeted something. Do. Okay. Download nearly complete. Okay, let's hop out of bed, shall we? Whoop. Let me timestamp just in case. For the love of God, we're going another day. Fixing this episode, we're at 2. Wow. Okay, there we go. Logged that. I cannot believe the entirety of the stream has gone on for 251 hours. Let me next time I ever do a subathon either pick a few games to go along with or have a giant library of games. I would play Bear and Breakfast. I like Bear and Breakfast, but I almost feel like, at least for me, it's too chill. Like, it's definitely a good game, but like, stream-wise, it's difficult. It feels difficult to stream. Because it's got a very constant game loop to it. Which is fun, but it makes it difficult to... AC, stop rattling. Why are you rattling? Probably because it wasn't meant to run this long. Sorry, just trying to figure out, like, what... It's rattling on this thing. Also, I hope Bullet's okay. Bullet's still not looking well. Can't get him to a vet until tomorrow. Okay, well... Ah, heck, it's updated. Let's do it. Sorry, y'all, if you're not big into Final Fantasy or you've had enough Final Fantasy. We're doing Final Fantasy. So you type Final Fantasy into... There we go. So you type Final Fantasy into Twitch's game category thing and it goes crazy. Okay, we ready to do this? Yes. Surprised the queue's not larger. Big patch update. Blah. Thanks, Inyo. That was a good shot. She thinks she's out. Chat pulls her back in. I know, right? Here I am. Ah, bleh. Deflected. Wish my AC unit would quit rattling. Stop. That. One moment. No, I need to stay in front of the chat. Ouch! No, I can't figure out what it is. Thank you for the pet. Alright, what were we? Oh yeah, we were negotiating with the Beastmen tribes, right? Alphanod wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for Aether, you need only say the word. Gabu, did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. You need to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. So, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we're to be received by the Patriarch Zada and of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to Aguarmo Mines at once. though I can be. Are you not going to do your art stream today, Nelly? This aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have my army of kobolds to entertain. We have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Elazar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. Bodies are still there after all this time. Gabu's parents.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
So don't kill, but only horribly maim.
We must protect Alizé!
You're in my sight.
Just what we need. You're not alone.
You're in my sights.
Here you are, Alize.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Oh my god. Can't move. Admiral, no! Frick. Eat your liver.
to learn.
Did it work?
Looking because you have to build up apples again.
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen.
Hear, think, feel.
The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact! Violated, breached, broke! Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman. Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die.
Oh no. I'd believe she could tank that.
Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I don't think he's got a steady enough hand to take the shot. You missed.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
How's Poten's day going? It's okay. I mean, it's just started. But, checking in on my rats a couple times. It's hot again. The heat wave is back.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Can't we just live in perpetual winter? No! I like warm. I don't like cold. I hate cold. Cold is awful. Would seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. You're what? She is married to the sea. And pet's overheating due to the hardness harshness of Lord of Almighty Sun. Well, the thing of it is, you can freeze to death in cold, too. I mean, sure, it's like, yeah, heat's oppressive and can be dangerous, but so is cold. Would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead, I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course not only for Limsa Liminsa, but all Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Pray thee return.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Forsooth, return thine arse upon yon waking sands anon. Oh, Uriache.
What in the world is that? A tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. Aye. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
Are you okay there, Nelly?
Communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known.
Kirk's is
Only
high.
that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
Also, hey, Chrome. City is not floating? It's entirely floating. It's not much of a
Forgive my
city.
directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Where are we going? On Lamigo. Guild. Spend a ticket on that. Hey, basic bat pony. Ha! Suddenly night.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Need some hot chocolate there? It's very hot today, so probably not. maybe some just chalky milk. Or an iced mocha. That would be good. That would be tasty.
Roger preserved! It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here, good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Hey, KO2.
Is that... Asahi?
Is this Asahi shirt guy? Movie reference.
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Alright, what do you want?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion?
Are you allowed to say you're just kind of annoyed that they chose this asshat to do this? Well, I think that's the point, right? He's supposed to be annoying.
Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
Really? You just want to destroy the world?
What? Why would you want such a thing?
And everyone wants to do that. He is a Dynasty Warriors 3 character.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
Dude, if you want to die, I'll gladly just kick your ass. I'll kick your
I'm
crotch until it's in
different,
your
you see.
forehead.
From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
No, you'll kill you last. You found his dialogue hilarious?
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment.
Yeah, but see, if you destroy the world, what are you gonna do after that? You really kind of peak, you know? Do you wanna peak so young?
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Well, yeah, but as you know, like I said, the end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Yeah, I get it. You've got a chest dick there.
But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
This guy just wants to see the world burn. The rest just wanted to get the first world back to their home by getting billions killed. He is what people think Kafka the Joker are. Well, the thing of it is, I believe Kafka to be one of the greatest Final Fantasy villains because he achieved his goal. He eventually, you know, was killed, but he did achieve his goal.
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash.
Great, now I've got an obsessive fan
Pray
club.
see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him...
One moment. got up, so I ended up giving him petties. Pray that you return to the dying lands. I'm getting Dead Cell vibes from the music. Oh, goodness me. You can only get it up while doing a stabby. He's my obsessive fan club. He's that asshole that's like, you know, he's in this world. Oh, thank you for the pets. You know, he's in this world where you can summon basically based on your mindset. I think Lord Xenos was just, you know, toxic masculinity summoned.
My trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Lunar Bahamut. Now, hey, I get residuals from that.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
I mean, we're all standing in the middle of it. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Robon, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. If you won't, you'll rest. From what Merlweb tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well. If you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you. Pray thee return to the rising stones. God. Ah, you're back, too. Good. We received the report from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account? No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fendaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plots. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He just wants to kill us all. It's all little about the plot. He just wants to murder everyone. He wants to match my body count. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the descriptions I've seen of the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now, we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the porxies to her grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. Part of an old cartoon opening that has been on your mind lately. Or intentionally harm another, do battle. Okay. Look at when you can tell between patch times because the character is like, well, nothing we can do for now. Or when it's like, yeah, go get some rest. And then you're standing right in front of them. And then they've got the next quest. And they're like, ah, you're back. I haven't seen you in a while. Are you fully rested? The Amalja claim that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Not as known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yangxia. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of the authority on such foes. Astinian. Astinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we still struggle even to find him. You let me and Kryle worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. Stream crashing? What do you mean stream crashing? We tried blowing it the fuck up. Yeah, have anyone tried explosives? Just pushing it over, maybe? Hitting an off switch, unplugging it? Dousing it with water? Fire? Everything is getting slow, or you try refreshing? I was having trouble on mobile this morning. I was watching someone while I was getting up, and the video kept freezing. The audio was fine, but the video kept freezing on mobile. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So, if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the porxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment's rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the task ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. They have compromise on Estidian. This is why you never trust Tartaru. That's why she is the best Scion. Even though she's not a Scion, but she is the best Scion. Is she a Scion? Is she officially a Scion? I know she's like our receptionist and like money keeper. Isn't ever the way the world often needs saving. Oh dear, you're not enjoying our adventure? I could have done with the rest. She's technically, yeah, I was gonna say they're administrator. So employee-wise, she's a Scion. But isn't Scion also a status, right? Yeah, because she tried learning magics and all that, and it didn't work out. Come now, I didn't say that. While it may not be the most carefree experience, there's nothing in the world I would rather do than write a new future with you. A long future, mind. Whatever that Intelliforoi might hope. We'll stop them, won't we? Together. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, he looks fine.
Glory be.
Glory be to Garlemald!
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Here we get zombies.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life.
You got piles, mate.
Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
I gotta know what his conditioner is. Damn, dude, if your blade broke like that, that was not a good weapon. Good news, Elysium. The Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald, and on their way back even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. Or it's a typical it's a Breath of the Wild weapon. The most powerful weapon, but he used it twice. They're due to arrive at any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, huh? Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Graha, and Elysium. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threats, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Then Thancred just possessed again. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to reprise Rampon and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. And mayhap you would do the same for us? Indeed. It was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and Illard, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of aether and kind magitech. In other words... Really? Really, you gonna do this to me? Really? Really? This is how it's gonna be? Really? 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 Okay, fine. Here we go. When's Moon going to be checking on our HR department again? We're starving to give you attention, oh great leader. You know how HR departments work. And this is why I locked the door behind me. I'm sure the outhouses are filling up. I haven't cooked anything for anyone in a while. I conspicuously laid the sacrificial blade where everyone could see it. Near the cooking stove. We'll likely return to Cult of the Lamb. I was mentioning earlier how well, the fish is cries for attention. I was mentioning earlier, have you ever played like a video game when you're feeling unwell or something, and then you, for a little while, have a negative association with it? It eventually goes away, but like it just kind of reminds you of when you didn't feel well. I have this with the game Hydroneer, because every time I've played Hydroneer, I have like a headache, and so now I associate the game with a headache. But with Cult of the Lamb, we streamed that on that one time where I did we streamed it for like 8 hours. That was the day I had a short stream. And that night, of course, I was very tired, I was headachy and everything. And then kind of in that half dream state, I was dreaming about nothing but Cult of the Lamb. So it's like, I very vaguely have a negative association with it temporarily. It goes away. But yeah, it's like currently I have, it just reminds me of that one day I wasn't feeling so good. I do want to get back to it though, because I want to finish it and keep going with it and see what all it has to offer. I swear if I see your cult and you see anything other than unicorns and ponies, well, they don't. I don't know if they have well, did they have a unicorn form? If there is one, I didn't unlock it yet. But yeah, I do want to get back to it at some point. They have a horse. They got unicorns. I was curious about that. I don't think we unlocked the form yet, though. And besides, most of my cult members are you guys. You guys chose what you look like. I didn't. As unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Vandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable to you. You have our thanks. Or no, prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Ralbon is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. And why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay behind looking as I shall stay and begin looking into the matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest that the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, the early time it got stuck. By the way, I got a choice between Afterlife and Resurrection. Pick Resurrection, because when the follower dies, you can't rejoin to code. Yeah, I know about that. We picked Resurrection. We've resurrected somebody already. Yeah, Kite's character got resurrected. Yeah, and we have 2 Nellies because it bugged out. One of them, are both of them dead now? I think both of them are dead now. But yeah, there's 2 Nellies. Because it bugged out because we had 1 Nelly, and Nelly got the raffle once. Then that one died. And then when we did the went to do the raffle for, again, it just instantly chose Nelly. And Nelly wasn't even in it. It just went instantly Nelly wins, and it's like, wait, but Nelly wasn't in that raffle. And Nelly already had a character. So, we had 2 Nellies in our cult. Both of them are dead now. Though 2 of you being in HR feels legit. Got yelled at, so no more Final Fantasy 14 for you? What'd you get yelled at for? You working on DigiTF art? Streets of this town. Whether it's working from home and internet is a fickle thing. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you hale and whole. Voice Urianger, damn it. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphinaud and his merry band. That guy. Arnvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. Who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Why, my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Aurochs such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. It was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. though Mumbrita towered over me nonetheless. Arenval breaks out the best in Alphanon, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company, almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Forsooth, thou lookest like thou got thine shit kicketh in. Set out. Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? Oh god, he's gonna get enthralled. If Fordola is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arnvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Yeah, is Echo to avoid that? I suppose you're right.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
You have a productive question, if I have a minute? Yeah, sure.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
How do you stop getting new ideas when you're struggling to work on the old ideas you're working on? Oh, I don't know if I can answer that because I do that. I have many an unfinished project. And many an unfinished game. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, welcome to ADD. It doesn't stop. Sometimes you get lucky and just get a hyperfixation that aligns with what you actually wanted to do. That's how I got this model done in about 3 weeks. Hyperfixation happened.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania.
You've been wanting to do nothing but writing instead, art, and think about writing. Yeah, that's what I do. Or I want to art, but only game, or want a game, but only write. It's annoying.
The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Please don't say me, please don't say me, please don't say me.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Dude, you got a little something on you. You gotta really blend that foundation. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
So does it help that I'm bad at writing as well, but something you want to do? Well, I mean... you're always, I wouldn't always say you're like bad at something, because you're always gonna have, as I saw someone say with like art, is when you have something in mind for art, you always expect, like, the way you kind of mentally gauge it as looking better is it looks like something someone else drew, but it's always going to be you that did it. So no matter how good it is, it's always going to look like something you drew. And the expectation is, when you're getting better, to look like something someone else drew. And it goes like that for many types of art.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
Oh, he's so gonna die.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Van Daniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
So is that like you're arresting bitch face, or what's going on there?
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Man, there's so much content between expansions. So, Estiniano's bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. I'm gonna tell you about it. It really is. I mean, considering there's like, you know, roughly about 2 years between expansions, they give you stuff to do the whole time. So I have a bunch of stuff that I have not dealt with in my inventory. There's all that materia. Okay. Is that all that stuff? Yes. Let's try to sell. Oh my god. I'm going to just straight up sell this. What's this stuff even sell for these days? God. Nobody's selling it for that cost anymore. And at 119, that's what it sells at. What's this sell for? Nope, nobody's selling that. Okay, what about... Alright, so sell these three. I'm not gonna go like... through a load of stuff. I want you guys... make you guys... watch me sell things. I mean, I could hold on to it until it goes for a better price, but... at this point, I kind of don't care. Shit just needs to get out of my inventory. Like I say, there's a bunch of stuff I'm gonna sell, but I'm not gonna make you guys watch me do it. Present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Grala and I will look around the open spaces. The squares and markets and whatnot. You and Elysium can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later. With or without Estinian. Good luck. You get bat now, Derpster? Not yet. Not yet. Your time has not yet come. I think I should begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. You gotta wait. Your destiny. It's not your destiny. It's not yet time. We wore the same outfit. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visits? Nelly! I mean, I know you removed it, but... You're only giving them what they want. I see. No, we're not aware if Sarastinian has returned to Ishgard. But as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Like I said, Derpster, your time is not yet. Destiny will call you one day. But today is not that day. Oh, do. Okay.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Oh no. He thinks he's Alphino.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh, she's gonna murder you.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees them as brothers he never had. I think he learned to talk with people rather than at them. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself. I guess that one. By the way, our character looks more ready for a pool party than for combat. Well, she's got her comfy sneaks on. She's good for running.
So sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
See, look, I got my comfy shoes on.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
This is my dancer uniform. I do have... No, I can't fly glamours here. It's been quite some time since I last set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrants, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Elysima's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one to have met Tiamat face to face. And now she remains a prisoner of Allegan Empire. Let's just say it helped that Migar Samar was there to introduce me. Ah yes, you were a friend of her father. too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Sun War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. Side note, is there fan art of that outfit? You need a wallpaper. You need wallpaper on your phone, and it looks cute. I mean, there might be like existing Final Fantasy XIV fan art of a dancer, but like none of me specifically. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed, torments her even now. I see, and your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Needhogg is part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. See, it's not the shoes that this outfit comes with, but I was like, you know, if you're gonna be a dancer, you gotta be comfy. You're gonna be running around a lot. Plus, I've never been a fan of like the curled toed shoes. Tiamat waits this way. On tombstones. Let me go take a quick break. I need to check on something and go to the bathroom real quick. But I shall return anon. changing my job. There we go. Anyway, sorry. Checking on Raddies as well. Hey, Wiggaluna. How you doing? How's Bullet? He's... It's hard for me to hear him right now because the AC is on. He's got a little porphyrin around his nose, but he, just a bit ago, he crawled onto my hand and I let him down so I could get some food, so he eating. I think I can still hear him wheezing though, and of course the porphyrin around his nose generally means so. Actually, when I came into the office this morning, he had wrapped himself in the little yellow blanket, and Sparrow kept crawling up and cuddling with him. So I think he's having an up moment right now. Trying to keep the blowing air off of him and cage kind of dark for him. Still doing the same quests I am. New phone wallpaper acquired. Did you want like a really good shot? Can't imagine this background is like. Forget what the key is to like. Hide the UI, I always forget. Everybody, not Nina, gets a pet. Oh, you found a cute piece of fan art. Ah, okay. My mom sent me a photo. My mom lives out in the woods, back in the States, and she has an outdoor cat. She showed me a picture of what the cat brought to her. It was a freaking rat. And the head was pulled off. Like, why would you send me a picture of that? Like, I get it. You're. Oh, it's a rabbit? She just replied to me. It's a rabbit. Okay, it's still bad, but it's a rabbit. Quite tell from the photo. Sending me a photo of what her cat gifted her. And on first glance I thought it was a rat, and I'm like, no. Yeah, it's normal for a cat to do that, but I was like, tell me that's not a rat. Tell me you didn't send me a photo of a rat. She didn't. Apparently it's a rabbit. Still. going hard. It's a rat bit. I think it was a young rabbit because the ears were short, and that's why I confused it for a rat. But is it normal to send pictures of beheaded rabbits? As a rodent carer, as a rodent parent, maybe don't send me photos. I don't know if I ever told my mom we lost Jack. Yeah, no, I think I did. To say, though, she wasn't pleased about it. My mom sent me the photo and she was like, look at what they gifted me. This isn't what I wanted. Anyway, sorry Wakaluna, it's more spoiler territory. Used to be a rat parent. Yeah, I'm a current rat parent. Okay. She didn't add no more happy birthdays. Why? Also, Wakaluna, if you're still here, I did take a look at Bullet's claws. They look fine on that one foot. They're long, but they're not curled. I don't think he's having trouble walking because of his claws. You love rats. They're so precious. Tame ones, that is. Yeah, fancy rats. The ones they call them fancy rats. If they're tamed, if they're domestic. I love rats. Rats are super precious. They're super loving. It's just so unfortunate they have drastically short lifespans and severe health issues. Like, we just recently lost a rat to respiratory issues. We lost another rat previous to the previous generation. We lost one to a tumor. And his brother, we think, died of a heart attack. Not 100% certain. And currently, Bullet's got some respiratory issues, and one of his legs is bothering him. So we'll hopefully get him to a vet to check him out. The respiratory issue is kind of expected, because whenever they lose a cage mate, that can flare up, because they're born with this, I always forget what it's called, but it's basically something they're born with that remains dormant. And various things like stress or depression can cause it to flare up. And so it was kind of expected that Bullet would maybe start getting a little sick after Jack passed away. Since Jack was his best friend, brother. So. But he's not snapping out of it, so we're gonna have to hopefully get him on meds. Yeah, fancy rats. That's what tame ones are called. At least your brother didn't step on his pet bunny, killing it. Oh. Everything to blame Moon for is making your FPS life significantly harder. Why am I making your FPS life significantly harder? No, there was sometimes, you know, I get a link to Reddit or something like the rats page, and you know, there's always the rest in peace section, and there was like talk of how they had lost one of theirs due to accidentally crushing them. And I thought, damn, that has to be devastating. Because they were definitely loving and caring parents. It was just an accident that happened. And I can see how it happens because we do let them free roam in a very curated area, but we do walk through that zone. And it's like the rule we have is do not place your foot down without knowing where they both are. But we also say that rats teleport because they move super quick. You will see them in one location and then you go to put your foot down and they are under your foot. I have accidentally lightly kicked my boys a couple times. Because you look back, it's like, oh, you're in the cage. Turn around, put my foot down. Oh, hi. There you are. It's okay, they forgive me for it. So why is your FPS life harder? It was like the other day. It was like, God, the other day. They were both in the cage. They were both in the cage. Top floor. I went out of the office, down a very short hall, like super short hallway, to the bathroom. I was in there for like a minute or two. I come out, open the door. Normally I'm careful, and I hear a little donk. And one of them was on the other side of the door. He was fine. He looked a little offended. He was not injured or hurt. He just looked at me like, why, Mom? Why? I'm like, you were in the cage. How did you get here so quickly? Rats teleport. I swear they do. You never let them roam, mostly because you had a ton of chewable stuff flying around. Still have a lot of your curtains in one of your... Still have holes in your curtains in one of your plushies. Yeah, we have like, my girlfriend actually made like a custom wall. Like with hinges and everything. That we can kind of like put around. Because of course most of the office isn't safe. You know, we've got computer cables and everything running everywhere. And so we like block it off with this wall. And then of course, the bedroom doors are usually closed. If they go down the stairs into the living room is the door to the living room is closed. We used to have our internet cable. It runs up the stairs and kind of across the hall into the office. And we normally kept it wrapped in a blanket. And for the longest time, they never bothered it. Then one night I was streaming and the internet went out. And we're like, what? What happened? We couldn't find what was wrong. We're like, why is the internet dead? It's like the router was still fine and everything, and Wi-Fi was still working. We unwrapped the blanket and see the cable had been chewed. And we're like, what the heck? How did you get into the blanket and chew that thing? So we had to install some hooks and like run the cable elevated off the floor into the office. It's a bit inconvenient because it runs in front of one of the doors, but yeah, we keep them. We keep them in a very curated space so they can get out and roam. And a few little box towers strewn about, places they can hop into and tuck away if they want. There's a couple of box towers out in the hallway, and then there's one in here that they can dive into. Those are numbing little bastards. They do. My only concern is that these boys, they eat what they chew most of the time. Because most people say, oh, don't worry, they'll chew things, but they'll spit it out. None of these boys do. We give them, like, cardboard tubing. They chew it, there will be no remnants of cardboard tubing. It's gone. They eat the tubes. It's fine for them. It's okay. We make sure. We have a plastic tube that they can run through. And we kind of have to watch them on that, because they'll eat that too. They don't spit it out, they eat it. In fact, Sparrow's favorite thing is to tear off pieces of it and sit there and chew it. In fact, he was a little glue eater for a little while. He loved adhesive. Anything had tape on it, that was his favorite thing in the world. We finally broke him of that habit. It was like the box towers were not safe. The box towers were not safe because they were held together with tape. And he would insist on eating it, and we're like, no, no, that's not good for you. He finally stopped doing it, but it's one of the things me and my girlfriend say is that rats are beings of entropy. It is their job to consume the world. And they're small. Yeah, would you? And they're small, so they can only do it a little bit at a time. But it is their job to eat the world. Anyway, Nelly, you never answered my question. We will not survive the rat mushroom alliance. Place Skaven confirmed. They just create chaos, but cuddly when they do. They do. Oh, the rats in FPSs, yes. Yeah, that issue. The tiny meat in Horizon Zero Dawn that I kept on me at all times as a symbol of my sin. One in Terminator Resistance led you to treasure. How can you hurt them? Well, it's like that one point in Red Dead not Red Dead Online, but Red Dead Redemption 2, where you have to like clear out the tavern. I was like, how dare you make me do this? This is awful. Anyway. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Really? Do I need to tell her her mate has been resurrected again? That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools of the Allagan's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Mercidia are at the mercy of this Asian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Asians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
Damn,
but
Estinian.
tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. That's a lot of words for a very short sentence. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence. Have you ever played Dishonored? I have not. I know of it, though.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. Alicant's kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphanod and Elysium here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Stinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and while I understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape, it took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first steps towards a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. Think about bringing up 7 Days to Die in about 1.5 hours, Moon. If that's not, I would love to. Because I was thinking, I'm gonna cook dinner soon. And then probably swap something out, but when I cook dinner, I'm gonna like pause everything. Because I'll be away for a little extended period of time. You're gonna hit lunch. That sounds like a good idea. Gather you're not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. Now we'd be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Ethereochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rembros, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but in the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during your previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. You were up too late last night upgrading your walls to cobble and poking at your layout. You should maybe look into a truck to rescue me. Look, I'm fine out in the woods where I am, and it's the dire wolves that get me all the dang time. I need to figure out where to spend my tombstones. A moment. Same time. Hey everyone, sorry about that. Get up real quick again. It was impromptu ratty playtime. Figure out why that button does that. We just finished the 6.2. Yeah, it was impromptu ratty playtime. I got up because Bullet knocked the little bed out of the corner shelf. And I was trying to figure out if he did it on purpose or if it was an accident. Because sometimes they'll just like, you know, if bedding smells or something, they'll like dump it out. Or if it's wet or something. So I was like, do you want me to put this back or did you pull it out by accident? So as I was figuring that out, Sparrow wanted out, so I let him out. And then Bullet actually wanted out. He wanted to go roam on the floor for a little bit. And then there was little ratty playtime moments. Bullet's on top of the cage. Keep watch in case that's not actually where he wants to stay. It's usually his little haven up there. We have a blanket up there that we make it like a tent. And that's like one of his favorite places to be. So I'm gonna see if he gets cozy up there or not. Because they can't get down on, none of them, if they go up there, they can't get down on their own. They can, and they've done it, surprisingly not injuring themselves. Where they've fallen off the top. Luckily for rats, they can fall about a maximum of 6 feet without injury. Which that case is just shorter than. But it still unnerves me when they do it. Plus with Bullet potentially injured right now. Don't want him doing that. It's good to see him happily walking around though. Maybe he's not as bad off as we thought. Oh, well, like I say, I walked in this morning and he was just wrapped in a little bedding blanket and I'm like, sir, you don't look so well. He wanted to walk a little bit and walk around. And his brother was running up to him and pulling his tail. His brother was playing with him. You were very keen on that all the apples salute. I promise you'll know when it's ready. We'll split up the search and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It will not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is to simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. You're not checking out Island Sanctuary. I'll be there eventually. Eventually. I wasn't expecting this content to be this long. I'd have thought I'd have been in Walker by now. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Air us out with me because I'm feeling a fight's gonna break out. So if Bullet does lay down up there, I might do the break and start cooking. Totally not checking it out, and totally not didn't make a Minecraft reference. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 20 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. That seems like the one. I'm afraid Destiny and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Node would smell like burnt hair. This, chirping node that spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Find a way to activate mechanical sentries if that's any help. No. It's not the one that look like burning hair. I know the one. Though I thought the stench more akin to a fire in a manure shed. But it seemed likelier to explode than grant our wish. Surely there must be another. How about one that was about to activate the sentries? Only if they're willing to lead us to a node we seek, which I somehow doubt. But from what I can recall of the flagship's design, the node you found could facilitate communications throughout Az's law. So we may yet find a use for it. Alright. The restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising, almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of a spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node which Gra spoke of. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Wait a second. Wait a second. Why? Lunar race? How dare? How dare you bring this assault of apples upon thine self? Get thee away from me! Return thee to the rising stones! Oh boy, here it comes. Why was in the eye? Why has it got to be in the eye? Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and a member of the royal family. Or those with the vessel of royal blood, perhaps? Let's work on timing that better. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Oh, I am royal. Welcome, Elysium Coral. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat, a system update is required. System update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? There's still the solution. You have enough? Yep. Where? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say, confound bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to obsolescence of my own software. Let's see. Who's gonna use Windows at me? This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it receives a requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiate implication protocols. I'm here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will be far better. We will fare better with guidance than without it. Oh god, it's Clippy. It's Clippy. I see you're trying to perform a system update. I see you're trying to release a dragon. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. This is not it. Sparrow. What is it? Check out my spheres. Also sphere. Is this a digi? Is this a digi? Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 5.6.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time requirement for update, 5 years, 1 day. It is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system updates, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it won't change that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. Just a big old leaping himbo. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Gratia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Alagon Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard. They were stoked by the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? And here, no, I want to understand him. Fails, I'll remember him. Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. Perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope that you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. But the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Oh, believe me, I've killed so many. Final Fantasy XIV, the exciting adventures also do some troubleshooting with Sphere. Oh, the Ice Sphere. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Making yourself cozy up there, Bullet. I don't really want to go make dinner unless I know you're gonna not beg to be let down when I'm not here. I do love in this that you do like revisit old characters and old locations. Stinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Kra and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effect of the tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering that's suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. May that have made the difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It is time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphanon to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampeners. Damper. When you were talking to nodes, I studied the blade. Hell as they would. Counting on you, Angelo. Angelo's just like, here we go again. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten? Of war with the men of Alag? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul is to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Elysium, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. You think this is still 5.4? Tell me of your war with the men of Alag. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures, not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mercidia, our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlene scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. Future Final Fantasy XIV expansion, Warlords of Eorzea. Bahamut is thrown from the ship by the new big bad. Still never done binding coils. Yeah, the timer's getting there again. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with them presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowst only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end here. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatments fail, run. You went down, Bullet. You went down, hon. Let me go let Bullet down. Okay, sorry. Okay. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alize. The magic is working. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it, and while I've only got a few more drops of Aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. And I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No. I'm almost there.
love this music.
This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip grows weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than to live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Man, you gotta be stiff. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
This is 5.5. How far did it go? Like, how many parts are there left? sure you are desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. If there's anything you learn from Game of Thrones, it's that dragons are either invincible or easily dispatched. 5.55 left. Alright, we're gonna wrap up here because I gotta go cook some dinner. We'll like get to a good zone. And all that is an upcoming dungeon and a major instance. I've already sent word to the others. We're to rendezvous in Ul'dah, the Hall of Flames. Let's collect Alphanon and be on our way. Wait, is this? Hang on. That's not yet, is it? I saw the fireworks going off. When is the rising? The rise. Oh, it's on the 27th. Okay. Okay, that seems like a good spot. The last few quests are just 0.55. Actually, since we're here, we'll go to bed proper. Okie dokie. Alright. I am going to take a little break to go cook dinner. I will pause the clock for that. Just so, because I might be gone for like 20-30 minutes. So we'll pause the clock for it. I'll go make dinner. I'll come back, eat dinner, while chatting with you guys. And I think, Nelly, we're going to play some 7 Days to Die. Sound good? Needs to be like, I'm taking a break category. me on the Discord when you're about to resume. You'll get loaded up. Okay. Let me... Where's... Swamp it to this category, even though I'm not going to be here for the moment. So yeah, like I say, I'll be gone for about maybe 20 minutes. Shouldn't take me too long to cook my dinner, and I'll come back, we'll eat, then yeah, we'll get started on something else. That was fun. And who knows, the clock, this may end today. I mean, we keep saying that. This may end today, it may not, but if it does, it's been fun. I've been enjoying playing Final Fantasy on stream. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, especially if, you know, for people that don't play MMOs, aren't invested in MMOs, or people who haven't played this yet and maybe don't want spoilers. But it has been actually a good lot of fun streaming it. I've been enjoying it. Almost be disappointed to play the rest of it off stream. when this inevitably ends, or I don't know, stream it at some point. I don't know. Should I, when this is over, should I continue streaming it? Do you think that's like a thing I should do? I don't know. It was kind of just like a fill gap, but you know. Maybe put it on the schedule, right? Will she be biased for a yes? I know. I've got plenty of stuff to play though, and it's like, where would I fit that in the schedule that it would be enjoyable to play? Because of course I also enjoy playing it in my off time. But of course I can do the main story on stream and then do the side stuff, you know, in my own time. Like all the crafting, side quests, stuff like that. It's an option. I'll think about it. We'll see what happens. But yes, like I say, I'm going to take a bit of a break, about 15-20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, depending. I'm going to cook some din-dins, because it's only me today. And I shall return anon, as Ariange would say. We'll be back in a little while, guys.
Back to the old school.
believe in everything you're giving. Still I was wrong. Sometimes I was feeling that we were close to healing, but still I was wrong. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. It's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. Let it go. You made me believe in everything you're giving. Still I was wrong. Sometimes I was feeling that we were close to healing, but still I was wrong. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. So it's time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go. It's time to move on, time to move on, time to move on, time to let it go, time to let it go.
Okay, hello, welcome. Sorry, I actually was sitting here eating, and I was like, the music is far better than listening to me eat. I was like, man, this is a kickin' jam. I'll eat to this. This music slaps. Hey, Radiant. Ah, just in time. I came back just in time. Hey, Radiant, how you doing? Hey, Raiders. The Knights of Harmony have arrived.
Taught me what friendship could mean that day.
Eco one of the Otcell? Otcell? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How'd your stream go?
She really taught me what friendship could mean that day.
And
it was
Mario
delicious.
and Sonic 16, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. How'd you doing? How'd the stream times go? I see you were playing Mario Party Superstars. How was it? That sounds a dangerous game. That is a game that turns friends into enemies and family members into potential assassins. Anyway, now that I am back, we can restart the timer, since I did take an extended break there to have my dinner. And I figured it wasn't fair to spend an entire sub's worth of time. Bah! Death Scar, how could you? 3 more hours, maybe. I mean, we said that a couple times. We said that on Saturday. We said that yesterday. Will today be 3 more hours? Don't know. Ah! Why? But welcome everyone. I'm Moon Coral. I play a variety of stuff. I'm currently doing my first ever subathon. That has gone so far more than expected. As I'm here on day 12. Hi. I thought it would be 2 or 3 days. Here I am on day 12. It has been highly successful, as people have been very, very generous to me. I said, no, I didn't say. Oh, ooh, hey, breakfast taco. Ooh. Thank you for the treat. I just came back from dinner, though. Looks for 7 days mods that adds apples for no reason. There is... I remember... The Darkness Falls mod is actually sort of a mod pack. So there is like an ability to make orchards. I'm just not sure which mod is responsible for it. I know why you want to add apples, because you want to frighten me and scare me, because if I'm standing looking away and I turn around and see an apple on the floor, I will back up like a cat that saw a cucumber. And I'll just sit there and go, Ironically, Mario Party also gained me more followers. Well, congratulations. I'm glad it worked out on a positive. Mario Party is scary. I do actually like Mario Party a lot. I don't own any of the games, but I've played some of them. But having played them, I'm well aware of it's like playing Monopoly, you know? You're playing with fire. But yeah, there's all kinds of neat mods for 7 Days to Die. I've just never played them because I would always play 7 Days to Die vanilla first, and then by the time I was done, the next time would roll around to be the next version. Don't let Applejack hear me say that about apples. I have had so many apples thrown at me in the past 256 hours. So many apples. It's a waste of apples. I don't know how you all are paying for all those apples. Like, there's so many apples. It's like, you know, lights, $100 a month. Power, water, $100 a month. Apples, $400,000 a month. Someone help me budget this. My family is starving. Hey, that's Nelly's stream to throw Segata Sanshiro. You just copy paste the apples. That's not fair. You're digital, Digi. Buy less apples? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean buy less apples? How do I do that? My family shouldn't be starving to have so many apples. Well, you can't eat the ones that were thrown at my head. They're all bruised. So is my head. You know what a bit is? What's a dollar? Well, I have dimension hopped because I was banished from Equestria for being smarter than Twilight. I beat her in a science fair, and she banished me for it. So now I'm trying to find my way home, but I keep jumping from dimension to dimension. I can't find the way. So I've encountered all kinds of currencies. Dollars, gil, gold pieces, rubles. Okie dokie here. Bison dollars. That's yours, Nelly. Bison dollars. Let's see. So we said we were going to move on to 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die is a zombie survival game, but as I had stated yesterday when